Hello. It is time. To remember yet again what I was doing. I think I was trying to figure out, maybe I was trying to figure out how to simplify some of this, or not really simplify it, but essentially what I would like to do is pass in these values as a list to some function, and that function would give me the array of controls just to add to the thing. Does onChange pass the name of the property too? No, it's when the editor changes. Okay. But basically every time I'm just passing a resource, really what I'll be passing is a resource and the list of names that I want to run.
Hey. Hey. Stop it. Red. Hey.
Whatever. It's like he's taunting me by getting louder. I get it. Okay. This goes to behavior property editor. I think this really fits in behavior resource editor though. Property editor can still be a static class, maybe? Well, it just has this function with a static in it to set stuff up. I'm thinking... okay, I feel like the property kind of fits here. But maybe this doesn't fit here. When I said property, I think this fits here. Default unchanged array. Hey, Sir Drippy. What a crazy name you have. I don't know. I'd like the function to be. I'm not sure. That's organization stuff. I don't know. I'll just start writing here. Yeah, let's just make it these. Thank you. Yeah. And then it has to provide the resource. This is just so I don't have to keep copying this loop everywhere. So I need to pass a change function and the property, the resource, the change function, the property list. I want to write it this way. And do a not here. There, okay. Okay. And maybe we can do a constant up here. This would be target groups, min, loudness, max distance. And then for each one of these editors, the editor should have, yeah, the editor has the actual properties, so I can get the name back. I kind of want to figure out how, oh wait, no, I remember how I wanted it. So I want it to be the name, the name, I guess the type would also help. I mean, I can do whatever I want, right? At least the name. I need a box that says if I want to override it. And then I need the editor to, if it's from a base object, be hidden by default until I click the toggle and then it's shown. Okay. So I have vertical box container. This could be like an expandable. I guess I should use that, right? I've made it. Should I use it? It looks like this already, right? Looks like that. Should be that nested underneath. I'm actually going to go ahead and put margins on these. Sure. And it broke. Check if the script is in tool mode. Oh. Right. I'll just put that there for now. Isn't a constant expression. Seriously. Okay. I don't understand how it's not a constant expression, but I guess it's not. And now this is kind of bugged. Alright, I see the margins now. You know what? I don't want it. I don't want the expandable. I'll just hide. I'll just hide it and then show it when I click the button. But I do. I can, yeah, I can hide the icon, right? Icon. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll use this. Maybe I only make it... No. I'll just do it like this. Do not show the icon. Bar. Why does not like that? Bool cannot be assigned to a value. Oh. Icon visible. It's probably a poor name then. Icon show and icon visible. I guess I set title control to title. What is title bar? Title bar is an HBox container, which only contains the icon and the title control. Right. I could just manually add stuff to the control. I probably shouldn't. Yeah, I probably shouldn't do that. It is shown by default. Oh, you know what? I kind of want to... I would actually like to be able to disable it being clickable. I actually would like to use that. Okay. if I'm going to do all that, I think then I'm maybe just probably wasting my time having a container like that. Just, yeah, just skip all that. I don't know. Hey, Yulia. How's life? It's good. How about you? Isn't there a thing with strings? They definitely have a method that converts this to like a nice name. It goes from like underscores and lowercase to upper scores and space, upper scores. Capitalized words and spaces. Good and boring. No school today, my ears are on vacation. Nice. They have these ones that go from there's got to be one that's like does capitalize do it? Oh, it does. Places underscores with spaces. I think what I want, I don't like this. If it's already uppercase, I'd want to keep it uppercase. But just replace the first. Whatever, I'll just use capitalize. So I guess I'll just see how that looks right away. Target groups, min loudness, max distance. Nice. So then I think I want this to be labeled dark. Or darker lately? Cool. Well, well. Okay, maybe what I really want is to... Was it label mono? Yeah. I mean, if I had documentation, I'd like to put like a documentation block right here. I don't know. I feel like I want to go back to the expandable and hide the thing and add the ability to not click on it. Or leave it. Or leave it. Alright. So, container. Title control to call this title bar. I'm not sure what I want. Genuinely not sure. Okay, I would like it to be... This is incredibly laggy too. I'm not sure why that happens. Why did that... Wait, why did that just not work? And why does it get really laggy sometimes? Weird. Expandable is a VBox container. Why does it not show? I'm not gonna give a crap about this, but another GitChad Chinese lab released a new open source model that's now the new state of the art in tool, calling it even above GPT-5 Codex Anthropic, accusing them of distilling their models. Chinese companies from accessing them. Interesting. So why does that why is this is expanded as true by default? Right, I mean they are. They are. What am I doing wrong here? I still don't understand what's the catch in opening these Chinese models weight. Because you can't sell it anymore. That's why. People can run it on their own computer. Also, I don't think there's ever going to be any legal basis in saying you stole your LLM model from us, because it's impossible. What are these labs gaining? I think it's just goodwill. And I think a lot of them, at least some of them, seem to genuinely have a fear that they're going to accidentally create an AI that's going to take over the world. Which is crazy to me. It's like, turn it off. Don't let it take over the world. It kind of needs permission to do that. Also, the world is more than a computer. It's more than the internet. Which I think is like the biggest flaw in logic. That any of this AI is going to destroy the world stuff, is that the world is more than the internet. I think the gain is that they actually want someone to figure out how to understand these models, because they're literally black boxes. It's literally like the most complicated math function ever written, and we just literally don't understand it. Chinese models are all open weight. That could be like cultural and government related. That could be why. I would say it's probably a cultural thing, why they're so open about it. Hey, Danilin. T.I. ain't gay. Who is T.I.? Alright, so I don't know what's going on here. Something just seems kind of broken. Does this get lost? No, we add the child. I don't understand. If node is ready, add child. Okay, but we lock it in, so it's here. It's visible. And then when we add the scene, we have it, so we set it again. So we come down here. This is not true. We set it again. We have it. It's visible. And then we are ready. It doesn't have a parent, so we add it, and then we move it to the top. I don't know what's going on here. I don't understand. What? I'm an I? Something's wrong with my keyboard. Okay. So I set this as... What is going on? This should have stole it. This should steal it. This method steals it. Get parent, reparent. It steals it. So it's still not visible. Is expanded like not somehow false? It's true. I don't understand what's going on. I don't like how strange it's being. Why is it not taking the label? None of that's me. Well, it's all me, but none of that's important. So confused. Oh man. Is happening? How? Okay. How does this expandable work, but then the other one's not? That is so strange. I believe I managed to completely fix the spine rotation. Very nice. What's going on here? Okay, why does editor mind work? What does editor mind do? Ready, setup settings, setup settings. Accept editor. Vision settings, set expandable control. Okay, so it's already there. It's already there. Oh, setup settings takes the container. The set expandable. What? Huh? I'm so bothered by this. Why? Why does the order of that matter? The order matters? No, the order doesn't matter. Why does the order matter? Why does the order matter? So I add it as a child, which means it is ready first. Which means it runs through all of this, it sets it to null, and then I call this after it is added. There is no expandable. We set it as a control. We have it. We set it visible. We are ready, so we add it as a child. This is what I don't get. Is node ready returns true within the ready method. Right? It has to. Does update icons somehow do anything? No. I call set and then I call ready. If not expandable, we do have it. All right, I'm just going to start printing. I can't do breakpoints, so I have to literally just add a print everywhere. Okay. Editor vision, editor hearing. That's all fine. Adding child. Setting expandable to label. Expandable label is true. Force expandable update. Setting expandable to label. Expandable true. Forcing update. Force expandable update. Oh, that's my bug. That's not really actually doing anything. There we go. Figured it out. Hey, it works now, finally. That was so annoying. I don't know why that code is commented out. Oh, this should be get child. Does this, is that the setter? Yep. Okay. Awesome. Oh, this is weird. The height's not correct. And this is weird too. Wait, what? Wait, does this have to queue a redraw? Also, I think I want to just have like a new theme for this, where it's like transparent. Why do I only have one of these? Wait, how does this use this? Is expanded, draw, style box, set expanded, queue redraw. Type, foldable container. Why does this not actually work? Are the margins messing with it? You know what? I bet the margins are messing with it. Am I supposed to do like get size or something? Get minimum size? Am I supposed to write it like that? No. It's still off. It's not going down as far as it's supposed to. And also, it's just, I don't understand what's going on. Is it just like not freeing stuff in the background? Is it like, is that a mistake? Is there a bug there? Why it's so laggy like this? Weird. Alright, let me go look at foldable container and see what it does. Because apparently I don't know anymore. Apparently I'm doing it the wrong way. Control get combined minimum size. Okay, let me go find the draw. Should be a style box draw. Not folded, which means we're showing. Panel erect is rect to size width, size height minus title size height. Okay. I guess that's what I'm supposed to do. Hey, 123, the true one. Alright, I'm gonna guess I meant to do this. My size height? Or size Y? This is equivalent to what they do. Okay, that works now. It's properly is the right size now. Strange. Weird. Why is the size of the child plus the size of the title smaller than the size of myself minus the size of the title? Till you use Linux, so the tags, what distro do you have? I use Arch. Alright, I'm not gonna think about why it's like that, I'm just gonna accept it, I guess. That's really strange. Am I not accounting for the separation? Is that what I'm missing? Maybe that's it. Whatever. Okay, so I think I'm gonna go back on this and take off the margin. Because if I'm going to have it looking like this, then I want these to be all the way to the sides. Good. And then yeah, I'll put these inside of a margin. I'll do that. The dual boot Debian and Arch, and Fedora will not accept my kernel. Why do you need two different Linux? Why would, genuine question, why would you want two different Linux? Are you just like transitioning from one to the other? Or do you just use them both for different things? I don't know. Okay. Just for fun. Does margin container give me a quick way to do this? No. Margin top. Just say 4, I guess. Same with that. And then left and right, I think I actually want 8. Alright, what's that look like? Cool. Maybe for bottom I go more than that. Although there's definitely a separation there, so I'm going to take that off. Technically I triple boot because Fedora's in there, but it won't accept login. Yeah. Okay, now those margins look correct. Though I want the icon to not be visible. And then I also want to turn off expand. Oh, there's is expanded. Oh no, there's is expanded. Is hovering. Let me do an X. Let me. I want to be able to control it strictly through code. To toggle it on and off for the UI. Allow interaction, I guess. True by default. And then I will have a set for this. Use one Linux distro. Bedrock Linux is complicated. All right. Allow interaction, set interaction. It's above hovering. Technically go here. What is the name of it? Allow interaction. Wait. Oh, I need this. That game uses sound to array, it turns sound into a C array. The Doom thing? What do you mean that's how sound works? That's just how it works. Sound is always a buffer of bytes, floats, 0 to 1. That's like saying, hey dude, he turns images into an array of pixels. That's how you do it. That's not anything special. Anything other than that might be special. That's standard. So it's sound to array.py. That's how sound works. I don't understand. Unless you're talking about MIDI? Shut up. That's how it works. I don't get it. I'll make sure that's set to be false. Thanks for following. 1, 2, 3, the true one. Yeah, I think I have to set hovering to false. So that this updates the style. And then I guess I probably do Q redraw. And then if allow interaction, if not allow interaction. We ignore that. Okay. We don't need to talk about that. To hide the icon, and then I also want that to be disabled, so I only control it through code. At least until it is an override, and then I allow it, and I've crashed. I didn't crash. That's actually shocking. Cannot call add theme style box override on a null value. What? Just what? Try that again. Wow, it really hates this. Okay. Line 161. Title pen. No? How? What? Oh, I think... Okay, let me do this. If I'm already hovering, which means then stuff is happening, then I do this. I only have to do that there. Okay. Okay, we're good now. And we're back to being really laggy. I don't know what's going on with that. I can't imagine that it's my... I mean, maybe it must be, right? I've done something wrong. And I want no separation on this container anymore. I just want to rely on margins. Can you buy Resident Evil 5 for Gilly? He's too poor for that. He's kind of homeless. Okay. I don't think that's true. I just don't think that's true. Also, I'm about to add a method for margin container to allow me to set all the margins. Our theme overrides not normal property, but they could be properties. they can be properties. The property can just call that. All right. And then container properties. Separation 0. There we go. What? Did I edit the wrong thing? I did. There we go. All right. And then I want to make that background hidden. So I'm adding expandable transparent. Cool. And then I now set the type. And will I even notice the difference? I definitely notice a difference here. I don't understand why that, though. Oh. But then these aren't defined. No, in this case... In this case, I think not. Let me say title. Let me add a method that's like title override. Or a property that's title override. And this one will use R override. And also I was making a game and on GTA 6 got delayed. What? Alright, do I notice a difference there? I can't tell. Could not tell you. I guess this means I could... Alright. It's there. It's definitely working. Okay. Alright. Proven to be working. Do these containers come with content margins? No. No, they don't. Margins holds the editor. I have 8 for everything, which I think looks fine. The title bar probably needs a margin. Or I can set a minimum size. What does editor mine do? It kind of uses the buttons for... Oh, I see it. Yeah, I remember what I did. Wait, what do I do? Do I put it all in a margin? Title bar. Oh, I use a spacer. That's right. That's how I did that. Or maybe I should just add everything before I start worrying about the title margins. So I have the type. Let me go ahead and show this so I can get the spacing on that correct, or I can probably just look at editor mind and I probably do it. The actual scene. That's expandable. Icon separation 8. I think the default is 0. Is expandable separation? No, it's just that one. That one's just a function. All right. Looks good there. Hide it now. And if it has, okay. If it has a default value, oh, what do I want? What do I want? Okay, title bar needs to be a VBox actually. Then, I have the property header, I guess. Will be an HBox. And then Property header gets the property name. Title bar gets the property header, and we'll also get the base, the base default, I guess. So it's just gonna have a label that would say like the default value. And this will be what do I have it called? Transparent label. I think it's called label mono. I have no name convention for any of this. It would be base. Wait, what is it? It would be, I guess it's the same value, isn't it? Because from extended resource, when we load, if we have a base, we set all of our properties. So I guess I would just check, I can just check if this is an override. Or I guess I can get the override actually. I don't know, or I just get the value. I would know if I need to do this because okay, first of all, I guess I can probably simplify this a little bit. So if, well, I feel like I want to keep all this open so I can modify it. So if I do, if I click extend, if I click extend, I'm making a new resource and I'm recreating the whole editor. So I only have to check. I don't need to set it up for both ways. I can set it up for both ways. I don't have to set it up one way and then alternate, I guess, if any of that made any sense. If resource if resource has a base, then we're doing it this way. Or I guess I'm making title bar be something. So I guess this can just be a control. If we have a base, we're always showing this because we either override or we don't. If we don't have a base, it's a lot simpler. I only have to do it like this. It would just show the property name and nothing else. In fact, the title bar is probably going to be a margin container in this case. I guess I can do a tooltip text, can't I? The title bar itself can have a tooltip. I'm not sure if I need to tell it to block. Maybe I do. I'll find out. In this case, I have a VBox, an HBox container. This will also contain not just the property name, it will have an override button, I guess. It would be a checkbox. How do I make this a checkbox? Check item, like what is this? Checkbox. Check button. Check button? Maybe this one. Toggle mode, and then textures. Okay. Alignment from button. The policies text. They say 0. 0 is left. Makes sense. But I kind of want... I don't... Alright, I think I want the checkbox, actually. No, I do like the check button, but I would like it... I want it on the other side. Oh, is it icon alignment? I don't know. I'll figure it out, I guess. Oh, yeah. This has the override button. And then the base default, so the title bar has the property header and the default. Okay. So I'm not going to be able to see that yet, but I will eventually. Okay. And the tooltip works. Kind of. It looks pretty bad. I'm not sure why it looks that bad. Do I need to put like a space around it? I guess I'll do this. Oh wait, wrong thing. This. Actually, I can put this down here. Cool. Okay, so it still trimmed the spaces, which sucks. Is that something I have to change? Tooltip text. I'm very bright. Actually, wait. I don't know. Is it really not? Oh, it is. Tooltip, pop-up. Is this it? It's in viewports. Does the theme have anything about this? There's tooltip label and tooltip panel. Make flat style box a half transparent thing. Okay. So tooltip panel is the thing that I want. Alright. Also here it clearly has a lot of margin around it. I don't know why mine doesn't. Yeah, okay, so mine's definitely messed up then. Alright, let's do label. Focus and normal. Actually, I don't think I need anything for the label. Actually, what is my label? Sans serif. Alright, copy that. Panel. Why does the panel have font stuff? Wait, tooltip panel. I don't know what's up with that. So does it work? Cool. Nice. No corners. And I'll go A. Right. I gotta close my window a little bit. I'm getting too bright. And now it is dark. There we go. Have I messed around way too much with like UI? I definitely have. Right? I definitely have. Can I have a border color? I kind of want a border color. little bit more. Little bit more. Even more. All right. Even more. A bit less. A bit less. Still less? I went above this earlier and I said more. More. I guess 8's where I want it. Yeah, but I do want more than that. I still want more than that. Still more than that. Okay. Good with that. Cool. I still don't understand what's causing this lag. It just gets really laggy after I do this a couple times. When I do close, I definitely like queue free it, right? Yeah, I do. I must. I don't know why it gets laggy. Do I queue free? I'll just check anyway. It would be close item, opened erase item. Oh. No, update all items. I just take it out of the open list and then I go to update all items. Oh, wait, I'm not freeing it. Oh, my mistake then. So I guess before I remove, maybe I need to do +1 when getting the ref count. Okay. Only references in all items and here. Okay. Can I queue free a resource? No. But I guess I will write null as well before I clear everything. I feel like I don't have to do that, but I guess I do. Maybe I do have to do that. I'm not sure. It's odd. Something's odd about that. Why didn't it remember what I had open? Oh, I think it only remembers it if I disable and re-enable, it doesn't remember. Okay. But I think actually I do want separation because I just kind of realized something about that. Oh, I don't want expandable separation, but I do want property separation. Right. And hopefully we don't start getting laggy. Okay, so now there's a little bit of separation now. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna do the same thing for vision. So that's kind of a lot of stuff. I definitely also want this to be pretty standard. Especially this, actually. The properties which can be overridden. The editor, I may have choices about. Yeah, so let me say, like, get simple editor or something. Or like in the resource editor, I might say I'll call it make property list. Or maybe I'll do like make property override container. So instead I actually just take the editor, I take the property. So I'll take, actually no, I get the property from the editor. So yeah, I'll just take the editor. Or I guess return null. So I think I'd like to do pretty much all of this. I will have to figure out the button. So I guess I'll leave it to do for the button. Does the editor have the resource? It does have the resource. Okay, I'll cut all that out, put it in here. Then I guess I pass the... Actually, yeah, all I need is the editor. That's literally all I need. And then I'll go ahead and make Vision do this. Yep. And that's it. Is it laggy again? No. Nope, doesn't seem like it. Nice. Okay. Everything is now laid out pretty well. Maybe it's a little hard to visually like separate these two together, I think. So maybe I can have this editor mind be have like a tab in or something. Let me go there. Editor mind, setup settings, container, set expandable control. So yeah, except editor should be called only one time. This should never be called a second time. Actually, no, this can be called more than once. Okay. How could I guess I can do a margin container then. Actually, what could I do there? I was thinking what I might do is just have this sit in to the right, or in from the left a little bit. So it's like there's this clear line down the side. You know, like a left and right break. But I can't really do that here, because I just have to take that and display it. I guess what I could do is actually put in... Let me do this, actually. When I ready, on save expandable, yeah, okay. This is kind of a problem. How it's written right now. Because ideally, this doesn't exist if it's not a child. The expandable has to be the child. All right, let me do this. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. What do I need to happen? All I want is that expandable to have a left margin. That's what I want. It is the full control, so it's literally hiding and showing it. So I have to modify the expandable myself. Not here when I add it. Because the main thing that can happen is I can move this editor around. It can be an embed on the mind editor, or it can be its own full editor. And when it's its own full editor, I really don't want that left margin there. Okay. Let me do this. Let me do this. It still doesn't like this. What is wrong with the... What is wrong? What's going on? It's not like... Okay. We're awake now? We're not awake? Why does it just think this is nothing? I guess I do this. It should be like that, right? This is my plan. So when I move it out, I will be calling reparent. When I move it in, it's also going to do the same thing. It's gonna, well, it may not have a parent when I move it in, so I have to check both ways. But here I know that when I save, I need to go to each one of these editors and probably call save on them as well, if I have them. When I do this, I'll actually just go here and add a child margin container. This will be setup settings, container. Container is just to set the title control, which is fine. supposed to be vision editor container. And I set this expandable thing up so that when it readies, it checks if it has a child, and that automatically becomes the expandable thing. So this should just work. And then I'm just giving a right margin of like 8 pixels or something. I'll do 10. Left margin? Did I type in right margin? The left margin, 10. Okay. Expandable should always be there, so I don't have to worry about that. So I can just do editor equals that. If I have the editor, I call save. Editor equals this. If I have the editor, I call save. Okay. Okay. And then here, I don't do this. I would do if I have a parent, then I do vision reparent to the expandable. Otherwise, I'm adding as a child. Oh, actually, I don't even write it like that. This is vision editor container. And this is hearing editor container. Of course. Okay. And then connect editor, I guess I just check. That all seems fine. Set extendable. Doesn't do anything yet. Oh, I guess it does. Okay, cool. Right, so it didn't work. Accept editors if vision get parent reparent to vision editor container. Otherwise I do vision editor container add child, vision. Are they visible by default? They may not be. They may not be. Cool. And now they sit in, to the left a bit, to the right a bit. Nice. Now I also want this background to Am I dumb? I am dumb. I just realized. No, I didn't realize anything. That style box. Let me check. What does the style box have? I can expand. Can I go backwards? If I type in a real number? There are content margins, but I don't... Yeah, this doesn't do anything. Maybe I can use content margins to modify the position of this. Let me do that. I will move the style box based on content margins. So I'll subtract this content margins. Yep. So I'll do all this. And then I shrink based on the content margins. Which... Can I go more negative than that? So I'll say if rect. How do I access this? Position and size. What does end for? Setting this point affects size. Okay. Yeah, I will add... This is top, actually. Add that to the top, and then I will shrink the size by this amount too. So then I'll just shrink this. Should be the same as these two lines. Except on the X now. Okay. Cool. Alright, so I think I did 10. I think I want to like have like a fake margin of, well, no, it's already good. So I'll just say 10. And I think I should be able to, it already did it. It already did it. Awesome. It already did it. Did it. Alright, so that's what I wanted to see. So it's more clear, this break. Put it at 0 is maybe not so obvious. But at 10 it's pretty clear. Should I do 8 instead? I'll actually do 8 instead. And then change the margin here to be 8. Nice. We're not getting laggy. Good. Should I draw a border around it? I could. I could do that. Maybe I want to do that. Right, just the left, right, and bottom. What does blend do? Will fade into the background color. So if I just made it white. Strange. Why is it like this? Hello? I kind of missed that message. Sorry. Do I like that? Maybe now if I do that, I don't need this content margin. Yeah, why don't I think it just putting like a border around it? Okay, well, silly me. So I'll give it a 1 pixel margin everywhere. So it can be detached from that border. Close. Reopen. Do I like that? It seems strange. Seems like it's not bright enough. So yeah, I'll turn off blend and then just... Oh, that looks nice. Maybe I take off the top. And then I take off the top border or top margin here. Let's see what this looks like. That's left. Maybe I don't have any margin. It was just a border all along. That was all I needed. All right, I'm gonna do this. Foldable container. Title panel. I'm gonna add oh. That's not so bad. That is not so bad looking. Though I would definitely like... Okay. I'll set up one of these. I'll do... expandable no border. It will override foldable. And then I will click each one of these and copy them in. As unique. As unique. Would it have been faster to just click override all and then delete the ones I didn't want to override? Maybe. Maybe. So reset all that, reset that, no borders. Oh wait, no, I do want the borders here. Never mind, I'm dumb. Whoops, can I undo? Yes, the top, left, and right, but not the bottom. Okay. Then collapsed. All around. Okay. And then resource editor, make property override container, container theme type variation, expandable. Wait, what? Right, and this will be title. Container title theme variation. Was it no borders? No border. Okay, so the individual properties don't have a border. Yeah, they shouldn't need a border. It should be really obvious. Okay. Does it all look correct? Very cool. I like that. Though, should this have... Maybe it should go all the way around. No. No, it doesn't. Okay. All right. Does the property project settings do anything right now? No, it's just pretty normal. Okay. Also, should this have a button that like goes straight to the editor? I don't even know. Okay. I'm going to send this because I think this is mostly just style stuff. Not add everything. Whoops. Okay. Some expandable stuff changed, so I could disable editing. That's a bug fix. Interaction is taken away, or interaction is optional. Just a setting, I guess. Content margins can shift the panel. I guess I may want that, but I didn't use that. I just used the border, which was good for me. I probably will use that for a tree. I might even make my own tree thing, which will just have nested expandable containers. I don't know. Alright, here's a question. Should I just go and delete that code? Because I may never use it again? Or should I leave it there? Because technically content margin is meant to push in the content. That's what it's supposed to be used for. Instead I use it to push in the box. Or at least the drawn box. And still not pushing in the actual content. I don't know. I like that I could make the expandable background a different size. Or at least pushed in. I like that. I would like to be able to do that. So I'll leave it. Queue free stuff, because apparently I wasn't doing that, and that may be why lag was happening. I now have a margin container I can set for myself, which I don't know if I'm going to use, but it's there. Resource editor. I put a lot of stuff in here so I could have a very generic way of modifying basic properties, which can be overridden from a base. Those simplified greatly. Theme stuff. Added borders. Okay. Style mind editor expandables and add property name with tooltips, resource editors. Fix expandable bug, which caused the internal item to not be visible or updated correctly when it was added before ready. Committing. I am not ending the stream though. I just have a good checkpoint here. I may have gotten a good night of rest. Maybe. You're scared to die? What? What else was there? Was there some other stuff? I guess move property editor setup code to resource editor class. I'll try it like that. 10 days. Yep. 10 days. Any day now, it's gonna be like totally set up and I can just start running with it. Any day now. Right? Any day now. Okay, so any day now. So I need these buttons to do something. Right now they don't do anything. These buttons gotta do something. That's where I'm really at. So then I can actually start testing the override stuff. Which the override stuff should be set up. I believe in you, Olmec. Thanks, Olmec. What? What? Okay. Does that actually let me deselect this stuff? This one I can't deselect. But here I can deselect. And I would really like these line edits to be monospace. I'm totally crazy. I know I am. Actually, it should be a line edit like number. Line edit number, right? Or line edit mono. Wait. Nothing. I'm bored and avoiding bus girl. Sick of K-drama. K-drama. So I think I could probably just copy this one from here. Line edit mono. Paste. Don't even make it unique. Save. And then this resource editor is going to make these, or I guess property editor is going to make these mono. Number editor. Right, I gotta... does this one have... Oh, these are spin boxes. Lurk time? I have to disable Instagram on... Dude. K-drama. Is this like K-pop? Is that what you're saying? Why does this not have... The spinbox uses a line edit. That's right. The spinbox actually uses a line edit. How do I... Open script. Spinbox has got to give me that line edit. If you want to implement drag and drop on the node returned by get line edit, heck yeah. That's what I want. Can I actually do like get spinbox? Oh no, I said I don't want to do that because then I can probably modify it. I'll have a method. Yeah, I'll have a method that I can call to like set the style of that line box. And then I'm super annoyed. Because for some reason those ones just can't give me theme type variation. Okay. So now in property editor, when I make this, I will do editor set line edit variation. What did I call it? Line edit mono. And then array editor. I want that to be monospace. So now array editor needs to give me some way to do that. So when I add element, I create this, I put in the line edit. So I will say type. I will say yeah, I do need like this, line edit. If it's an integer, I get the spin box. Same thing. And is this label... I give it a dark label. That's fine. I really more care about the box, the edit text, being monospace. And then if I ever set these, so when I add an element, I'm putting these in where? They are going to elements, add child element. It is Ellen. So the first child is the control. I guess what I can do is I can actually just, oh yeah, I can do this, never mind. I know exactly how to do this. Okay, so first of all, I set line edit variation to variation. And then I do for line edit in get node. How do I? There's a method that gets me all the nodes of a certain type. Okay, this is definitely a thing. The question is, what is the thing? Should be under node. Oh, find children. That's what I'm looking for. find children of a certain type, the pattern string will be empty, the type will be line edit, recursive true. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. And I guess I don't really have to... Nah, I do. Just like this. So this will get them no matter where I place them, and all of them. Okay. What happens if I call find children when I am not ready? Also, should I queue free? I should probably queue free. I probably should do that. Okay. And then, is it property editor? Yeah. Editor dot same thing. Okay. Now for Spinbox Mono. Do I not have? I must have Spinbox. Really? Oh. Right. Spinbox line edit theme variation equals line edit variation. Actually, that one doesn't really change. Oh, wait, no, this will grab everything. This actually does grab everything. It doesn't actually grab it from the Spinbox yet, though, so I have to make sure I do that here. Theme type variation equals line edit variation. There we go. So yeah, I don't have a thing for that yet, and I only really care about the line edit, so I'm just gonna leave it like that for now. Okay, does it work? Nice. we're all monospace. That's what I wanted to see. Cool. I guess I should send that. That's more just kind of random styling stuff. All right, so now I need to make these buttons do something. I think the load is going to be the easiest one. Load should be the easiest one. So let me go figure that out. Shouldn't have to worry about those. Though I may have to. No, definitely not the scenes. The scripts I probably will have to go and look at to make sure I'm doing it right. Those should be good. So you know what? Resource editor probably needs... I probably need to make a common property editor that is just for resources. Because I'm making this expandable box. And then I have these buttons here, and I want this to be the same for resources. Always. And then inside it just will do whatever for that resource type. Or I guess I could make I have make... Technically, this has to be a property override container. Because I can make a mind that extends another mind. Though I think that wouldn't really make much sense. Because its properties are just basically resource paths. So either I override the property and it's just, you know, a new resource, or the whole resource is extended. Actually, it's really similar. No, it is really similar. Because that just changes the buttons at the top. So resource editor would just be pretty much the same thing. I can grab the container. It'll come with this title bar setup. And it will be default like this, so I can't hide it. There's one thing about this though. Why is the header here a clearly different color? Oh, because no. Why is it a different color? I think it's a different color because this panel has a background. Yeah, that's why. The panel itself has a background which is slightly dark, so it makes these bars, even though these two are the same colors, this one's inside of a panel, so it actually looks a little bit darker. Okay, I was just trying to remember why trying to figure out why that was a different color. Alright, but I think I think that actually makes sense for this to be like a common thing for a resource editor. So a property editor should just be a resource editor. Right. Though I do have a resource editor out here. When does this change signal emit? I don't think it does. It emits here. Changed emit. Who listens to this? Because this isn't going to be the only place where I have a resource that I'm modifying which contains resources. Yeah, I think I gotta do this. I gotta figure out how to do this. To put this resource editor inside of here as a property editor. then this stuff really makes a lot more sense at that point. So the property override container will kind of change depending on what is being modified. So if the property type is a resource, is that how that goes? Let me print out I think you just go to my editor mind here and print out in the ready. I'll just do this really quick. So in mind settings, we have that type is 24. So I guess I'm looking for a type of, which will lead me to this type 24 resource object. Okay. So I guess if it says object, and then I can get the class name. What would I do with that? What do I do with the class name? Yeah, what do I do with the class name? Do I just assume if it's an object, then it must be a resource? I guess the resource editor can map class names to a packed scene for the editor. That would make sense. Because then, how does it get the editor right now? Does setup? No, we just get the editors. We don't make them. We get the editors. Okay, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to put this resource editor thing as a property editor so I can have... Okay. The reason I want to do that is because I may want to override a mind. I may want to say, hey, here's your mind. By default, we're going to take these settings, but I want to override these values. I really want that. That override thing gives me this. Basically, it's just going to double to give me this title bar and then throw in the editor underneath it. Editor is already going to be made. The real point of that is to get this title bar and the management of that resource, either as a sub resource or to save it as a resource or load a new resource. Just make a new resource straight up and just drop it, or have an override toggle here right next to the name. Oh man. Okay, there's just like, I gotta look at the code. There's just some weird stuff going on. The on-saved is getting me. The get resource stuff is getting me. And then in mind, I have this accept editors thing. How do I put all this together? I have this update labels. This is that title bar, so this will be handled for me. All this extendable stuff, like, okay, all this duplication is showing me what goes where, right? This is showing me what goes where. Accept editors, that comes out of mind editor. Connect editor, that will go away. Update labels, that will go away. This extendable stuff, that all goes away. Maybe not even necessarily goes away, but at least like some logic here is going away. This stuff definitely is going away. All of this goes away. This is saving some labels, so when I edit them, just edit them, I don't know. Update labels. Right, okay. What would I like to do? I can still set all this up however I want it. But down here, when I get to these settings thing, this I think is where I would split to be like this editor here, which is just a property array, right? And that's what I would do here. I have the separator, I have this whatever stuff up here. Okay, I have senses, I have my title, however I want it. And then I would have this list. I'd have just a single list. So let me just start there. Okay. Actually, maybe not even that. Accept editors. Maybe, okay, maybe I do have it kind of like this. I set something up so that when accept editors is called, I have some mapping of the property name to the container where I want it to go. So I could say, all right, create for me an editor for the vision resource, an editor for the hearing resource. It'll give me back this expandable container. And by default, it's just going to have like a margin container on the inside that doesn't, because it's a resource, so it can't create that editor. That's not a property editor anymore. It would just be like a blank container. And then the resource editor has a special method called accept editors, which is provided a name to the editor. So it'd say, here's the property name vision settings, and here's the editor for vision settings. Here's the editor for hearing settings. And then during my setup, I have to say, I have to provide that mapping. Do I have to provide that mapping? I don't have to, because it already knows it. I've already said, here's the properties I want to display. Give me those editors. I add these, I guess, here in this VBox container for senses. And I can just grab those. I don't have to iterate through them. I can just grab them individually. But they'll be fully set up. And they would just have a margin container on the inside. That would be the default for a resource editor. Okay, let me do that. I think I can start going. So I'm just going to drag this. Yeah, I'm going to start by dragging it in there and sending that as a commit, because I know that this is going to be, some stuff's going to be rewritten, so I can just send the rename in right away, so it's not going to possibly mess up and then have to undo it and do it manually later. Nothing should be changed. I guess I can restore that. Was it resource editor? Are they all called like number editor or array editor? Cool. Okay, so now I'm just gonna have a very plain scene, which is literally just gonna be a margin container. That's all it's gonna be. Um, yeah, it's just going to be a margin container. Commit time. It's always commit time. Did that fail? Should not be abstract. Okay, then it... Alright, never mind then. Forget it. I don't actually need it. Forget it. Okay, I have to close it and then delete it. There we go. How big is the game now? It has stayed the same size. And then this has to extend now behavior property editor. So this goes away. That signal is now still here. That's kind of all that really needed to move out immediately. What is it? Don't make me open GitHub. What? What do you mean, what is it? Don't make me open GitHub? Resource already exists. And class behavior property editor. Ooh, okay. So this is an annoying thing, actually. Is it? Maybe it's not really an annoying thing. Maybe it's not really. Yeah, not really. So, sure, just take it out. GZ on 100 followers. Yep. 100th follower number 2. And now this changed stuff. Accept editors. I guess I get the editor and then I have... Okay. Accept editors gotta go to resource editor. It's gotta go out here. I'll unfollow? No, you can't do that. You want your number to be lower than everyone else. Did anything in editor change? No. Does drag end do get or add item? It does. So this is where the editors are made. All right, I think what I can do is I can say is editor a... It is a resource editor. Oh, I'm so confused now. Get editor for property. Type. I mean, I guess they kind of go in here, don't they? These are created based on resources, resource types. Oh, this is so weird. When your game blows up like Escape from Duck, I will probably say I was there on chat yapping about random crop while this amazing X mechanic everyone loved is being conceived. Yeah. Now I'm really confused. Because now I have this kind of thing happening. I'm making the resource editors from here. So should resource editor have like a get property editor? And I pass in... What? Like global class name? Would I just say... I guess I could say get editor for resource. Yeah? Maybe I do, and no, I would say If it's an object, I say get, I would do resource editor. Get editor for resource, and then a hint string, which is the class name. Or no, it would be the class name. Right? Am I still printing it? Alright, I make that function, resource editor. Though I feel like this probably needs to move over to property editors. Yeah, this probably should. No, because then I can just call get property editors from resource editor, so that's why this is nice. Let me leave a note about that. Actually, no. It can go to property editor now because now resource editor is a property editor. Maybe not? I don't know. I don't know. All right, I'll say get editor for resource here. And that's all it is. Though it does need the unchanged, right? Yeah, it has to pass the unchanged. Well, because down here I say default unchanged. Yeah. Editor unchanged function. When I connect, there's too much crap. When I do this, I connect it to onVision changed. I call connect editor, which connects changed to vision changed, which just sets vision changed to true and then calls on change. On change is from resource editor, which emits changed. Though property editor emits changed, does it not? It does not. It's up to these ones to emit changed. So number editor emits changed, which is not listened to. No, it is. Yeah, this is just tough. This is actually just kind of tough. So I have, I guess I can even say string name and vaccine. So I'm moving all this over here. And I think I have to do it like that, actually. So these will just be load, not preload. Because I'm sure that's probably gonna cause some weird stuff again if I use preload. And there's actually nothing there. I think open item does this. Yeah. Open item connects it up. So I guess if I say get editor for resource and I pass in nothing, which should be an option. It should be an option. Actually, for now, I don't have a change function. Yeah, never mind. It's good. And then children, I guess I would say, what would I do? I'd want to say something like, give me your properties that are also resources so I can load those editors. I guess I could do this. I can look through the properties of this resource. So for property in resource get property list, if the property type, let's go to type object, and resource editor, resource editors as property class name. Hey OTC. Tell me the first time I've searching game developer on Twitch. Maybe ask what kind of games you develop or particular interest. Right now I'm working on a zombie shooting game. So you find weapons and you shoot zombies. I'm in the middle of an AI rewrite right now. So I can't really run the game and there's not really much to see anyway. It's just like boxes. I really like doing system stuff though, so I'm spending a lot of time on AI behavior. I'm setting up an editor so I can work with it outside of code. Oh, I just realized. What if it's multiple layers deep? I guess what I can have is actually I can say, hey, when I load, I want you to give me the editor for this item. And those can just keep nesting further down, right? Am I gonna have a resource and a resource? I don't think so. If I ask a question selfishly, it brings to game design, and I am not a designer. I'm not really either. But if you want an opinion, I can give you an opinion. I guess it only matters when I try to open it, right? Or try to show it. Yeah, where do I call accept? Here we go. When I select an item, yeah. This is where I have to call accept editors to give these. So I know this is always going to be a resource editor. Perhaps I could say call some kind of like open function. I want some kind of recursion to happen. Where it basically comes back out and it says request editors from me, and then I give it the editor. Writing a paper and seeking feedback from developers' opinions on the importance of interactive backgrounds and cinematography in games. Something within your purview and interest, something you have an idea whether to explore further. No, that's fine. Importance of interactive backgrounds and cinematography. Interactive backgrounds, what do you mean by that? Is that like, what do they call them? Set pieces? Something in the background that is like dynamic and moving around? Of like a 3D world? Or even like a 2D world? Like you're walking by and there's a big tower in the background or something? Or a mountain? I guess not a mountain. Mountain's pretty static, but... Interactive landscape. Act on environment. Like Minecraft? That kind of thing? Grow plants. Yeah, okay. I mean, not every game has to have that as the gameplay, I guess. I think the most interactive I'm gonna get with the world is like destroying like wooden chairs and opening doors. Post-apocalyptic, you're able to act on it slowly. Okay. Importance of interactive backgrounds. I mean, you don't need either one of those. I think a little bit of cinematography is nice. I know in Halo, when they were designing it, they specifically said that they wanted certain sections of the game where control is taken away from the player, and there's a short little cutscene that plays, and then that's it. One of them is like in Halo CE on, I think it's called the cartographer level. You walk to a certain balcony, and Master Chief just starts walking down the balcony, kicks like a piece of the floor off, and then that's it. Into like a big void that's beneath the balcony. I think that's nice. It's not like important though. It's definitely important for being cool and being memorable, but not, I think, necessary to the gameplay. And then interactive backgrounds, that's like a gameplay thing. I would call that like gameplay. That's not going to be part of gameplay for me. So I guess I would say importance is interactive background. You're talking about gameplay. Cinematography. Nice to have and can make your game more memorable. Why do you feel so unwelcome? And then when you go to a place and you see a sign, what? Do you have difficulty reading? Right. I get it. There's a sign and you can't read the signs. You don't feel welcome. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Sure. Yeah. Editor mine not declared. Yeah, so I'm struggling to kind of figure out how do I do this? I guess I don't need them yet, right? No, I do need them. I 100% definitely need them. But in both places, I need to be able to say, give me what editors you want, Or I say, what do I say? Would it be like, maybe it would just be like, okay, so I have the property. I know which properties are there. This is tough. This is a little tough. PogChamp's sad. I know how to read. Wow, words is so cool. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully you know how to read. I feel like it would be very difficult to write if you didn't know how to read. It'd be difficult to write anything that made sense if you didn't know how to read. All right, what would I like to do? Really, okay. Really what I like to do is I like to say, hey, editor, load editors. And I pass in a function that accepts a resource yeah. And that resource, what it will do is it will, yeah, okay, so this is where nesting gets crazy. So as if I said things that made sense. You do sometimes. New hypothetical. I think, hypothetically, I gotta think about this. Essentially, I really want to call this myself, and I want to set something up here. Get or add item is actually where the nesting happens. Never mind. Wow. Never mind. Okay. I'm actually totally good. This is where the nesting happens. I call get or add item. I would do, yeah, children append get or add item resource. Bam. That's it. That's what I do. So I get the editor and I say, all right, editor, give me any editors you want. And then I say, I guess actually here I would say if not editor. Put that up there. And then I don't have none of that. It's that simple, right? It's that simple. So this passes. This will give me the resources that I want, the nested resources that I want, so I can load those and mark those as being children to this main editor. Decides to get into bodybuilding. Would you support her or be like, nah, I like your tummy? Bodybuilding. Depends on what they mean by that. Because bodybuilders can get really serious and like literally die doing it. So I would prefer not to. That's like your mess. That's like if it's just like you're gonna go work out and maybe you're gonna like drink a little less water prior to a competition, okay. But if you're gonna take like medication to manipulate your body chemistry, that's a no. That's definitely a no. Which means if they're actually serious about it, then I'm gonna say, all right, we're done. You can go take all the crazy medication you want. I'm not gonna try to talk you out of that. Cool, okay. I do not have the energy to convince someone to not do something that likely they already have decided they were going to do. Now, if they're asking me like, what do you think about bodybuilding? I'd say everything I just said. I'd say it's a crazy sport and it's really dangerous. More dangerous than people think. Like that literally becomes a 24/7 job. If you're gonna try to make money off of it, then you have to do all the body chemical manipulation. Think about no. I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about, are you just gonna fall over and die of dehydration? Are your organs are you gonna have a heart attack because you're taking adrenaline or something? You're taking a hell of a lot of adrenaline or whatever medication, more just like pure chemical that you have to ingest to manipulate your body's functions. To either build muscle mass, remove fat, or to dehydrate. It's probably even stuff that like dilates your veins, your blood vessels. So that your veins are popping on your body. There's probably something for that. I know that's part of dehydrating. Gives you that look, but I'm sure there's probably also medication that they take to do more. Get editor for resource passage. A resource. Wait, I actually have the type here. Do I need that? I'm not looking through properties. I'm getting an actual resource, so I have it, and I can check its type. Okay. I'm going to think about this a bit more. I'm going to go take the dog out and grab lunch. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Be right back. I'm back. I have lunch and I'm gonna eat. Be right back. I'm back. Okay. So I think really what this should be called is not load editors, but I mean, it can be. Well, maybe it shouldn't be. Basically, all right, here's my idea. Maybe it would help me to write it down too. When I get the item, so this could be either from I've tried to open a resource, or this is a resource that needs to be edited from another editor. So those are the two cases. I get there. I check if I already have it loaded. If I do, I return it. So I've already got it. If I don't, I gotta load it. Which means I have to create the editor. I have to set the resource on the editor to make the resource item and then put it in my all items array. And then I can return it. Oh man. Right? I do have, there was one thing that I realized. So all number editors, all array editors, these are definitely properties, right? They are properties of another resource. A resource is not necessarily a property of another resource. Now, does that mean I have to make some other type of base editor thing? Maybe. What does property editor do that is specific to, well, it's got a property, actually. So maybe that's where this is where like a chain of stuff is kind of being broken a bit. Let me pull this out here. Delete that. So I'll create base editor. It will inherit control, just like property editor. Now this is behavior base editor. Okay, and this is where changed goes. Change now goes out here. And now this will become a behavior base editor. Behavior base editor. And now property editor has these things. I guess is ghost stays there. But now resource editor gets resource back. Or rather, just doesn't have a resource. So this means editor mind can now have its own resource back. Did it have... There it is. Set resource, get resource. Just going to keep return null for that. Get editor for property. Okay, so now this comes back to there. So right. So now whenever I have a nested resource, it is just its own editor. Saving it will save nested resources. But there's no change. Well, it's not... The changing is different, I guess. So there's no function there. So when I say get editor for property, returns a yeah, so maybe I'm going too crazy. I don't want to do this at all. Maybe I am. But how can I override What do I want this to look like? I want it to look exactly the same as it does right now, but it would add an override button here. And I want that standard. And I want clicking these to have standard functions. Clicking these buttons do standard things. It will save the contained resource. It will replace this property with a new resource, or with a loaded resource, one from the file system, or create a new resource of this type and write it to the property. And then it would get a new editor for that. I think I'm going too nuts with this stuff. There's just not... It's just difficult. There's not a very clean way to throw this in there. And this was another thing, right? A resource is not always necessarily a property, so I had to break that to have a base editor. Base editor is still pretty incomplete. We got this stuff, I guess. Resource editor now tracks if it's been saved, and it does all of its own stuff. And these actually come out to be their own thing. Ghost. Ghost. Maybe I tracked that. Wait, this is a resource editor. Wrong place. Okay, so at least I can kind of pull this out. I guess property doesn't actually do anything, so. And I guess I'll move this note out here. Okay. So this is handled out here. Anything else from property that I want to pull? Do I need this? This change thing? Okay. If it's an object, maybe I actually don't do this at all. Maybe I don't do this one at all. Yeah, I'm gonna say not at all. Don't do that. This specifically gets a property editor, right? No resource editor. Resource editors are handled by the resource editor. I can still get, still a helper here to get editors for like an array. But getting an editor for a resource. Would it just be resource? Well, this one actually checks if they're the same. This one does have a something here. What does this do? I think it actually compares the paths. Yeah, it compares the paths. It used to compare names, like class names. I guess what I do is I say get script. Then I have to go look at this. Global name? That. Yep. Global name. Yeah, otherwise I guess I do return act instantiate. all I should really do. And then I guess you can also write as baby resource editor, which then does a cast and will return null if it's not that type. Okay. So I have editor vision. For this. Okay. All right. So we get the editor for the resource. And then this bit down here. So resource editor. This means I need another one. Basically what I want to do is it's a function that I get past a function, and I'm supposed to call that function with every sub-resource that I have. Right. So call it get sub-resources. Okay. Actually, what I really wanted to do, is return the packed string array of the property names. It's sub-resource names. And then I'll have a function here. So this will do. Do that. Okay. So, all right, I was gonna say I could probably just pass and get a rad item, but I definitely need this children thing, so that's gonna have to be there. And then I was thinking, when I run this, get or add item can be provided information if this resource I'm loading is a top level thing, as in it shouldn't show override buttons. I guess how do I determine when I need to show an override button? I guess I show an override button if the resource has a base, but I want to show, I can't show it on the whole thing. I'll figure it out. I'll just figure it out. Okay, resource editor. It also needs abstract. Accept editor with a property name. Or I guess rather, accept sub-resource editor. And I guess it would just be a dictionary, right? I'll do the string name and then the editor. Display in this editor. Okay. So this will be is it accept editors or accept editor? I don't know. Maybe just call it this. And I'll leave it be a normal name. How do the children know which name they are? Download bank app, take 80k loan, and uninstall the app, buy a car, be happy. Someone would come and take that car eventually. Yeah. They'd have no clue. What do I do? Is it just me sleeping? Is it just like I have a problem? I have a serious sleep schedule problem? Or maybe I'm just... Alright. The code that I have right now is fine. I need to accept the editors for display. So I need to pass... I mean, honestly, maybe it should just be an array of editors, right? They'll come to me in the same order that I provided here. Maybe that's the simple way to do it. I think that's probably the best way to do it. As requested by... Yeah, okay. Select item. Select item does this. So I have the editor, and basically I know if I have children. So I say if for an item children, actually I'll make this have a default value. I won't be required to extend this. We are not empty. Current item, children, reduce. Yeah, I'll do this. I call get or add item. No, they're in the children. That's what we care about. They're in the children. So I'll say current item, editor, accept editors, children, reduce. I'll just make a static function or something. Or maybe I'll just make a function here. I'm gonna assume if I'm calling this and I know it's not empty. I think I have to do this because otherwise it's gonna be dumb. Wow. Reduce takes the value and the accumulator. It takes the accumulator and the value. Does this return anything? It does return. It returns the new accumulator. Oh, this is dumb. This is so dumb. Resize. Children size. Oh, I don't define I like that. Okay. There we go. Oh, what now? Resource editor is broken or something? What? Or implement. Right, okay. It has to implement. It gets sub-resource names. It doesn't have to. It does not have to. I don't want it to. It definitely has to implement that, but these it doesn't actually have to. Cool. Actually, don't do that. That's kind of dumb. That's a little dumb. Um, what? Sub-resource. There. Okay. And then I can do children append sub-resource. Or should I always do that? Children append. Does this can this return null? I guess I can. Whatever, I'll just do this. That. Good. And now, hearing and vision are fine, and mind will now override mind on save. Oh yeah, just call super on save. Is it just vision and sense vision? Like this. You on Twitch right now? Yes. I am. And accept editors just gives me editors. I'll actually just move this up here. Actually, I'll move this up here. Check Discord. Okay. What's on Discord? Instagram. I'll check those out later. So this still kind of sucks. But I mean, at least it's better now. A lot of code has kind of, yeah, a lot of code's kind of vanished. Well, actually not very much, but I don't know. Figuring it out. Does it work right now? No. Unknown resource type. I don't even know where that comes from. Unknown resource type. Get editor for resource. Okay, so here's where I tried to do something, I guess. So wait, how does that work? It printed out what I wanted to see, which is really weird. What? Resource get really? Huh? Get global class name returns a string name. Literally what? What? How does that work? These scenes have attached baby resource editor. Yeah. weird. Got editor behavior mind settings. Behavior sense vision settings. I don't understand. What is it getting? Try it again. Finding editor behavior sense vision settings. I know what's happening. The static function needs to be, the static initialization needs to happen again. That's what's going on. No. I'm gonna reload, quit the project list and reopen. And then it's gonna work. Funny. Okay. Pretty sure I don't have to do all this. Pretty sure I can just write that. Cool. So it does currently work. Great. So now the only thing is when I accept the editors, I gotta do something special for that. I guess in mine settings I would call make property override container, which will give me the layout that I have here. Why is icon visible false? That's not false. Oh, it is false. Whoops. And I think I'll make that 8 by default too, because that's what They should be. Because I believe that's what I do. In here? Yeah. I set icon separation to be 8, which is what it should be by default. Nice. So now I'm going to call this get override thing and get one of these. I'm going to call make property override container for editor mind. Well, yeah. Oh, man. I'll get there eventually. One sec. I'm back. Okay, so when I get this override container, there's a few things that so this is from resource editor. So I could make this, or actually I think what I could do is I could just pass in, if I happen to know it's going to be how does this work? So at some point I'll have to tell, okay, let me get there when I get there, right? First of all, I'm just making these expand containers from the override thing. That's what I'm doing first. That's what I'm doing first. Okay. I might even want to put a button on here that's like edit, so I can edit it here, you know, or like I right click it and click edit, or like open in own window or something. This dog. Hi, Rat. I see you, buddy. So I guess I'll start with this. Okay. I'll just start with a switch for now. when I happen to know it's going to be like a top level thing. Right? When I know that it's a top level thing. Why the hell is top level a thing? What is this? What is top level? I mean, it doesn't actually matter because this is a static function, so it's not even a real thing, but what is top level? Canvas item will not... Of course. Right. Of course. But this is static, so that's not a thing. I'll just call it top. False by default. Which will change how some of this stuff happens. Maybe just for now, I'll just say if... Well, I'll just write pass. I won't do anything if it is top, but I'll leave it written like this so it makes more sense if I do anything special there. Otherwise, it'll be pretty normal. So if we have a base, there's some things that I do. Well, really, this is kind of... Alright, I'll say this. If... Wait. I'll actually say for resource. Because this really changes how I make this. This is the real change. And of course within this I would check if it's like, if it has a base, then I would add something. I would add this. I'll basically just add a box. So yeah, if it's not for resource, it's not for resource. We're doing all that. Or maybe I would say, because I would like to do this. Meh. Editor.property. Oh, wait a second. Oh. Behavior base editor. There we go. If editor is behavior property editor, or I guess I should actually write is instance of editor behavior property editor. There we go. Then I do that. If, and I'm actually going to do all of this, really. So this goes in here. Otherwise, if we're a resource editor, right, because I call editor.property all over there. I just seem to remember that when I do is, it doesn't count inherited types. This is why this is instance of exists, because you have to run this instead. I'll write it like this and see if it's a problem. So now at least here I can do editor, I can do editor dot property, right? And I know this stuff exists. If it's a resource editor, I want to do all of this stuff. I want to do the setup settings thing, which does a whole bunch of stuff. I'm basically just going to cut all of this. Okay. There's no type here. Label is just line edit. How do I know the name? How do I know the name? Do I have to give it the name? I have to say the property is something. What do I have in resource editor? I'm on it right now. You can just scroll up. Nothing. I guess I have to pass it manually. Okay. All of that goes away. So title bar is just a control, and I make it whatever I want. So I'll just say title bar is equal to that. And I don't really think I guess I don't do anything special with that. Yeah. Type capitalize title. 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 Oh, this is the name, right. This is the name of that property. Why is it all modified down here? Should be up here. Alright, I'll just call this label then. Yeah, so the title would be like this. That's the title. But this is the thing itself. Oh, okay. I actually have editor resource name. That's what this is. Placeholder text. Text is actually going to be editor resource. I guess it's editor get resource. Resource name. But I do have to check. It does matter if it's a local path, which was done here. Update labels. If this is not empty, right, okay. Resource and unique ID. Do I have a resource? No. And get rid of that. Well, I do need that actually. This is empty. Label text would be resource path get file. Otherwise it's empty, right? It's empty. And I guess I would actually probably want to change that. So maybe if somehow it has no path, I'll just say unknown. Unknown resource. Do all that. This would be resource property name capitalize. Title bar is one of these. Do all that. The button, the new button, the extend button. I'm gonna get rid of some of these empty lines. There's a few too many. So add the title. Or rather, I guess the final layout. Add spacer, that's the button bar. The title. Title. Minimum size Y is 40. Let me do that up here. Okay. So here's the final layout. I don't do that there. Title. I guess I'll set this up here. The button override. Check button. If the resource has a base, then I'm doing all this stuff. So the title expands to fill. Though I think it, yeah. I'll cut that out of here. Put this down here. Does that mean the whole button grows? Maybe the override button doesn't have any text actually, and it just goes first. So then this can stay the same. Yep. If it's there, it goes first. And the override button is just going to be that box. It's not going to have any text. No text. And yeah, something will happen, right? Okay, so now in editor mine, I'll just get rid of that for now. I'll just get rid of that method. It's not going to be there. Setup settings is also not going to be there. Instead, it's going to be like editor hearing, where I get editors for the things that I want. And really, it's not even really like that. I guess what I can, okay. I'm just gonna take that out. And this doesn't actually do anything. It's when we accept the editors that stuff will happen. So can I pass an empty editor? No. No. So what I'll do is I'll say I'm given the editors. So I'll look to see if I have already created any of these, I guess. And if I have, then I just throw them in there as the expandable content. Or maybe I can just remake them every time. I can also just do that. Right, I'll do this. There we go. And then I don't do those anymore, which breaks these, I guess. That's fine. Don't need those. I'm gonna assume I'm gonna have these every time. So if not vision editor container will be get editor for resource, or no, get, oh, it is get property editor. No, it's get something. It's here. Make property override container. You know what, actually, I think because I can change these, I don't know. Let me look at this. how much of this editor does it really use? Okay, well, first of all, I actually don't want these margins at all. I gotta paste this up here. Okay. And this I actually want to go up at the top. Now I do it at the bottom. Okay. And then I would do, I'll rename this to add child vision editor container. Good. Reparent to now that. And actually not reparenting. Ah, yeah, I can just do this. Okay, so I can, I think I still have to set, what? Just delete these. Just delete these. So this is gonna put it in there for me. I don't think I need to do this anymore. I should not have to do that. Should not have to do that. And I shouldn't have to do any of this. Well, I will have to do this. Vision editor container, set expandable control to vision. Hearing editor, set control here. Right. And I guess I'm still doing this thing. Sure. Alright. Does this all still work? Does it look the same? Okay, failed. Let us to key property on base object margin container. Editor vision. Resource editor 241. Oh. Right, so that goes up here. Okay. And then here, title bar, tooltip, text will be at the bottom. Actually, it won't be there at the bottom. It'll be up here, where I created. It will be the resource property name. And awesome. It looks the same. With the exception of course, this button doesn't have any text on it anymore. But this is still the same. And I get this hover for sense vision. Cool. And I just realized I kind of want this to do the same thing. I think VBox container already. No. Yeah, I wanted this here too. Sweet. So now I hover over here and I still get that tooltip popping up. Nice. Okay. I would kind of like that text to be larger. Can I make that larger? Whatever. Yeah, whatever. Now these buttons need to be set up. Turn my light. How would I do this? Because I don't get the base thing. I don't get the original thing. Yeah, all I get back here is an expandable container. All I'm given is the editor and just the name of the property, which I guess is fine. A little annoying though. Should be string names. Right. These can be string names, right? Yeah. I don't really know if this ever does anything, but I can do it, so I may as well. I still have this double thing where I'm just doing the same thing, but with like the other one every time. Like literally. And for a resource, these have a load button. Maybe I need the original resource too, to be modified. So if I click new, I can write all the code in here, and all it does is it calls back and says, hey main resource, here's your new one, right? All right, let me do this. Let me actually make a function. This is way, way better for sure. Okay. So now I can do all of this. Right there. And then I would copy this at the bottom. This all backs out. And this copies and goes to the top. So I guess what I really do is I pass in the resource and the property name. Property name and the editor, right? This one I'll be a behavior property editor. I'll bring it back. So I don't think I need expandable now because I just set it to margins. So I'll just do that. Title bar still need because it might be one or two different things. Expandable goes away. Resources already provided to me. I'll call this a resource override container. Cool. to be property name. Property name capitalize. Get rid of that. Editor. Okay. So I take in, I give it my resource, the property name, and the... Actually, I don't have to give it the editor, do I? Yeah, I don't have to give it the editor. So the good thing about that is because I shouldn't have to. Yeah, the only thing it's used for is to set that expandable control, so I literally don't care about that. Awesome. So now in behavior mind, I can come back to the ready. Why autistic people feel so attracted to Sonic and Undertale so much? Because they're cool? Maybe that's why. So I gotta do super ready if is ghost, return, and do this stuff. And then this. Nice. Okay. Sub resource. Sweet. Okay. So I'm still doing all this double stuff, which really sucks. I'm actually getting it. It's happening. I'm cracking the code. I'm cracking the code. Don't care about those. Don't care about those. I'm cracking the code. accept editors. Actually, I guess I could do for editor in editors, or just E in editors. Why not? E, and then forget all that. Well, I guess actually not forget all that. Yeah, I'll just say connect editor, actually. It's connected to on change. Yeah, literally just that. Is it just that? Yeah, on change, on save. I'll connect it first. Delete all that. Delete all of this. And what I really want to do is I want to override the on change and on save thing. I don't think I actually want to override on change. That's fine. I think it's already good. Yeah, on change is already correct. On save, however, is going to be different. On save, I got to override that. It's the same name as a previously declared function. Oh, look at that. It's right up here. So I don't call this. I would do... let me do this. Dog. Sub-resource save. What am I trying to go for here? What I'm trying to go for is also this set extendable thing. Yeah, I guess I need to keep it for now because I want to use these tooltips and labels. Because if one of these save, which is a resource editor, on save, they emit saved. when I call on save, right? If it's already saved, it won't do anything. Otherwise, it will mark itself saved and then emit to being saved. Emit the save signal. So when I connect it to an on sub resource save, actually maybe I don't have to do that. Maybe I don't have to do that. Maybe this is already fine because I can call on save, and if it's already been saved, it won't lead back to me, right? It doesn't lead back to me. So really what I do is I go through, I will claim to be saved if all of my resources are also saved. That's the difference here. Well, okay. When I'm being saved, I know that my sub resources are going to be saved, right? I know that those will be saved. I just have to go through them and like say, hey, these ones are saved. So I guess, yeah, I can just do super on save. And that'll do that. And then I go through get these. I expect that the editor is the real thing. So I guess I can just say editor. The expandable. As a resource editor. And is this actually the first child? Also, I think it is the first child, right? When I set the expandable. Set expanded. Add child, first child. Right, okay. So it's the first child. So I won't do that. I'll do get child 0. If editor. And actually, I'll just write this. Resource editor. What is it, Rat? You're being a good boy. What is it? It's probably hungry. It's probably time to eat. For the dog. Okay. I'm gonna go feed the dog. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm back. Right, I gotta wrap it up soon. It's getting dark. So yeah, when it's a resource editor, I just say editor on save. That's what this is for. I would prefer to do nots, but the debugger doesn't know that when I say if not is editor, that using it after that point, it is this kind of thing. It has to be nested inside, otherwise it doesn't count. Just a bit silly, I guess. So connect editor. This will just go back to on save. Okay, so I pulled out a bunch of stuff. So hopefully, the changing stuff still works. Okay, so that one didn't load. Why not? Have I spelled it wrong? No, I definitely didn't. I definitely didn't. Except, oh, I could even look at it and say, hey, this is about hearing and not sound, or not vision. This is about hearing and not sound. Okay. There we go. Cool. So now if I were to modify this, the whole thing says no. Nice. And then if I hit save, good. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go and send that and wrap it up for today. That was this was kind of a big refactor to get right. Oh, and then I moved it out and I changed it, so hopefully it please understand that these are renames. Tough. Yeah, so it's saying it's been deleted and marked as new. Okay, so I have to stash everything. There we go. Okay. Wow. Chill out. Reload. I'm just gonna hit close all just to be safe. Close all that. So this is resource editor. Just let me change the name of it, please. New. Move this out. Add-ons, behavior, screen editor, common, resource. Here, screen editor, common, resource editor. And then because I'm dumb, okay, so now these are renamed and I can commit. Just move it again. Okay. Oh. What? Wait, why did it say it's like unmerged? Deleted. Yeah, I mean it is. Reload. So yeah, this is the one that I want. But this is not the one that I want. Delete that. This is the one that I want. Okay. Yes, definitely. And there's like this weird thing happening. Okay, there we go. Right, and just double checking this is still the correct version of the file. Good. Now I can do diff staged. Okay, so I created base editor. Do I really need base editor? I mean, I want it because of that ready. I want that ready function to be a single place. Like invisible true, separation 8, behavior base editor, remove those ones. Apparently I set that to be null. I'm gonna undo that. That doesn't need to be there like that. I know why I wrote it, but I don't need that now. Which file is this? Property editor. Right. Yep. All the loads. Super ready is ghost return. Sub-resource names. Accept editors. Get editor for resource. Goes to the resource editors. Get property editors is unchanged. I'll put that line back to being expanded like that, I guess. Because it is a really long line. What was this complaint? Resource editor file not found. Okay. Okay, let me just reload the project because it's being maybe a little buggy right now. Alright, that's all fine. Those are expected, and this loaded up correctly, so... Okay. Remove that icon separation, added title bar as a control, which I just moved it up. Why? I don't know why it's been moved up, so I'm going to move it back down to where it was. Just silly things changing. And then this new line probably shouldn't be there. Right, so I just deleted that line. I added an empty line there. I don't think I need that empty line anymore. I had it there because stuff was getting really long. But now it's not needed. And I moved that line down at the bottom, which I feel like it probably should be down there, so. And that's all new. Bundle width, minimum height. Deleted that from there. Get children editors. No more hard-coded stuff. If it has children, give it the editors. And then if we don't have an editor, it's a problem. And then we retrieve children as requested by sub-resource names. And then mind, a lot of code being deleted. Just a lot of code being deleted. Yep, a lot of code being deleted. Cool. Nice. Okay. Refactor mind editor into generic methods. Oranges are orange because someone named them orange. Okay. I don't know, I just say nice. I don't know what else to say there. Split property editor into base editor. Resource editor now extends base editor. Moved editor creation for resources to resource editor. Resource editors can now load and accept editors for sub-resources via behavior resource editor methods. Behavior editor scene, or I guess behavior editor now uses abstracted methods on resource editors to load sub-resource editors. as needed. And then I guess I did add some. What did I add to expandable? What did I add to expandable? What is different with expandable right now? What did I change in expandable? I guess I can just... Staged. Oh, okay. All right. It is all committed and pushed. All right. Okay, and that's gonna be it for today. I mean, I think actually, yeah, today I've actually finally got these to even be here in the first place. Was it today? Anyway, these headers are now here. I haven't seen it, I haven't been able to test it yet, but they are also set up so that when they can be overridden, I get a checkbox here, or at least like a toggle box. I'll still have to implement it the way that I really want it, which is when I toggle that box, they will show this. It'll show this and then enable the expanding thing. So if I click here, it'll drop it and open it. It'll show the default value underneath this, and if I were to open it and then click it again, it would leave this open, but it'll like draw another panel on top of it, so it's like obscured. So I can't physically click through it and modify it underneath. And even if I were able to, it would do nothing. It would just ignore the inputs, I guess. Or I guess it could just go through everything and look for like certain toggleable controls and then set them to be disabled. Gee, how does that work? There's like a line edit somewhere. Is it just control disabled? Nope. Line edit. Yeah, there's only like... I guess I would have to go through each of them and like disable them. I don't know. I'd have to manage it so that if they are changed, inputs are ignored or something, like literally ignored if things do change. I'll figure it out when I get there, right? But essentially, if I can override it, I would click that button, it would show it, and then I could modify it, and then I could click it again, and it would like mask over this, so I can't keep modifying it, but I could turn it back on and keep working on it. And the editor would keep its state, so it would remember like, you know, this is what it could be if we have it overwritten, and otherwise it's going to be this other. We're just going to delete that override. So in theory, I could click override, add in my new values, hit save, hit run, test it out, be like, okay, I didn't like that, turn off the override, hit save, hit run, and it'd be like, actually, I did like that, and then I come back and I turn it back on, and then I would leave it there, right? And it would allow me to do that, because it would keep my old stuff here. If with great power comes, wait, what? If with power comes responsibilities, then why do I still have responsibilities without powers? What? That's not the phrase. With great power comes great responsibility. What? Alright, well that's the end of my stream for today. So, very cool. Just a few more days, maybe a few more days. This has got to be right, okay? This has to be good because this is going to be a big component of the game. It's going to be really important to gameplay. That I can modify this, I could extend it really quickly. If I want something to change, I just go in here, boop, and I've changed it, and I hit save and run, and it's there. I don't have to go, oh, let me click through my file system, let me find that one, let me drag this out, you know, let me dig into the resource and then change it there, right? It's all right here. And it's very visible. Okay. All right, that's it for today. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.